Hello everybody, it's time for the grand finale of our playthrough of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Seems like we're finally gonna wrap up this case. We have just accused Lord Strongheart of being the actual Reaper of the Bailey as opposed to Brock Van Zeeks. Wait, that's not where you left off. Oh, that's right, I was playing the minisodes. Here we go. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... This is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, understand? Got to update the outfits for the finale, you know? I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. It makes no sense. He was there too. That's about the size of it. I heard her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She is therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we want any more perjury to be committed, would we? I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you're present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Almost far more skilled than a Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that the autopsy results having been fabricated. They resulted from a wound made by a Western-styled sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There are no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just a beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikosova, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? You claimed the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Really? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court would give no credence to his confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed to the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yonosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I would not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Right. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say? You think Lord Van Zieks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Nasogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. And yet, the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept the dog. A true hound of hell. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Oh. It was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Nasogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digital quarters of his left hand, the 4th, or ring, finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from 10 years in the stores.
Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotova. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that, thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Why, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan.
You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Okay, we're gonna examine. Alright, Nosuke. Where did Mr. Asogi get a ring like this? Look, if there's anything else to look at. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie. My father was no killer. Rock Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In a way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
Oh, Father, you look so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh.
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, I need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. And remove any trace of doubt.
If he could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true,
we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
I'm guessing the clue is to press this.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or patent implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. I already pressed that. Oh, maybe.
Hold it!
You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gori?
Does that matter?
Well, I Just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Seif, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides this happening, there are no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Hold on.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there's nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Goy, what was it? I think that's it. If he swallowed something this sharp, there has to be some internal energy on the way down.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, Counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What did you say? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asoge. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than a ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. The brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would remain as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, where do you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus? Or mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I'm Dr. Wilson. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority in forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden. Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Oh, wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think those thugs were after it that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
Objection!
Kazuma, open your eyes. Yunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you see me floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you are so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. With a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you'd thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that will be born out of it. But it was extremely hard to believe. Let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in this trial? In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Fantiques? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. And Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there is no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Objection!
Thank you, Inosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, the trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. Would the autopsy result for an invention? There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me.
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Nurse Naruhodo. You can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Mr. Asogi's silence in court?
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question.
Because Sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
For me, I had protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
Well then, perhaps. He's saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Oh Lord, the defense would like to... Enough retort. The court must be shown evidence. Okay, clues about a deal we might have made. Ready, already arranged to escape before the sentence.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but it didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Really, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder, who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, "There are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration." In other words, there are suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! For his fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Hayden? And a poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow his trial to turn to a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Well, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. But...
Mother? Did you call him in too?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. You are both Barclay and the local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vittle to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes, did that? Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that you would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please? There, Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me gossip. I suggest you consider this to pacify you. Your other persona, if you don't mind? Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. What? The professor? You've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there's nothing untoward happened. The convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Only what you call nothing untoward. Whoa. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Yes, hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness. Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of my court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. The day that Japanese truck was found guilty, the directive came from the prosecutor's office. I sent convict Chief Warder Virgil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. Nick can if there are some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I do is carry out my duty, for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Hey, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there's nothing about the professor case that isn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. Well, that I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. I suspect that there are clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Like counsel, it's nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to get right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Let's check my evidence. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, he was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. It was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Lost Vigil. I can't even apologize enough. No, Governor. I don't believe you can. You won't change what's happened. Damn. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Can I present the papers here?
Objection!
No, not yet. What happens in the closed court stays in the closed court.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued this directive. Oh, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can't even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? It's not certain where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically. I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. can't be serious. All I can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Being bothered with idle speculation. You just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat.
That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. I'm part of the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. Like, wouldn't it be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who have been given similar orders?
You don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. Well, I can tell you. This is the night it actually happened. The person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Why did I have to get caught up into the terrible business?
We still have the papers. I feel so very certain that this is evidence somewhere.
Objection!
That's not it. Oh, come on.
I really don't think that Cosmo-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, you must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Nosogi was shot dead in Logate Cemetery after the sake. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting Drogid and jail, nothing more. I couldn't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only. You see, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Oh, we got something.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? What Governor Kaden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? You make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with the Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a weird method that's never quite made sense to me. Usually there's some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and the body at the top. This doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have. By amending your formal testimony. Yes. Aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
I mean, to the crimes. That's what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecutor have no have conclusive evidence against the Kali, eh? I don't know what accent to work with, I'm sorry. Yes, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in a trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Oh yeah, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing. Nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. Okay. Surely now.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Yujin Sogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British from breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Sogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. That was. The fellow couldn't have possibly done anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't ya, you wee rat?
Didn't I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warden. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A lost will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document. It became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx! What the places are you blathering about? Jinkies. The will was found right and proper. And it fell so where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in the cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. You're not my boss anymore. I showed you before, did I know you, lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese. It reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend? The last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. The last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Really, we need to get into the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened within these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Isn't it Barclay Prison is hiding something? You're saying that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office? I say that some illicit negotiations took place. Should horses just gonna gloss over this office? What did you say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again! The trial must go on! The man's voice must be heard! It was seen that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on this last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord.
As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
When you found out about the Sogi papers, when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar with the once, eh? You weeb mouthing yet.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're gonna do? Is it? Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Yeah.
Yeah. Vito's got some balls now.
Sorry. We complied with Hosogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Keep pressing.
Hold it!
So that would mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. But there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Did he confess in full to his crimes?
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
Like the Vampop, yeah, you didn't tell me. I didn't breach of trust, that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. According to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. But when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was amending foreplay, obviously. At the prosecutor's office, under the supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in its cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned to the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ugh. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Oh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison doctor cannot be expected to keen the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I will have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in this cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Well, the thing is about that will. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will? That's what it said. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes. He was prepared to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand? That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed. He had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword? Karma. The favorite sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Have some respect, Ryonosuke. Respectful silence? The orders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt nobody with that thing. Still, he was a lot of sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Walkley, AC. Not to make a topo, was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Missouri inkstone, blacksmith ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. Was present when he wrote it. What I'm trying to say, this looks like a screaming message like reference to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is there something about the testimony we just heard? Ever recall something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Possibly not. I'm not able to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes, I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking there was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. When you got that, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Oh, you didn't have it. You can plainly see the right in here. It is black as the east and yellow as the base coat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Sogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no, I mean, there's no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Sogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There's nothing more to add. If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, yes, return it to the court at once. So let's press everything.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported the fact that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It can have disappeared completely," in my face. Why? It's doomed to the governor to keep everybody working as well as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? Wasn't proven possible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebel's experience in the Logate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aid in Ginch Nosogi to escape from their prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. If you could change your fate, would you?
I'm really not sure. So this Hill really was pinned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Sogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Sogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding of this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. Should I just go through pressing everything again? Might have missed something.
Hold it!
Have you read this? Just press this one.
Hold it!
father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes. Anyhow, just a document that was found in the fellow's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end. When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming.
Hold it!
So maybe I just present this and bring up the argument that this wasn't the original document I mentioned before.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Ah, jeez. I'm kinda stuck. I pressed everything.
Hold it! You got this ring. Program. Stopwatch.
am I missing? I'm running out of penalties. I don't know what to do. This is definitely the part where I'm supposed to present something. Alright, now I think I have it. This better work.
Objection!
Scarlet covered writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Huh? That was a get. You do have evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-covered ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I really admit. I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? It is not appreciated. Brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? And it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir? When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, what's on that paper? Our last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Our last will and testament. Oh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. You really think? This official did indeed see the conflict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. This last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question.
What Panzeeks?
I was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, it would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! It wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And then Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? It's something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. There's something so damning that prompted the powers that be to enact that darling jailbreak part. Hearing. Yes, I mean, no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeek's. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Inosuke? I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was, in fact, something big.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
I believe The Lord Clint actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize a confession about the true identity of the Professor that would mean? Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself! It's finally hope, is it? Pandora's box. The Van Zieks family have been thrown in the British judiciary for years. Lord Van Zieks used to Paragon justice to the capital. He's actually a mass murderer. Rotates the atrocities of the violence nature. The Republic ever found out. All nor this country finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Is Naruhodo? Order in court. Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Bummel. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Bummel. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though, sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. Topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Why, you know it? This is the insignia of the Baskerville family. The Baskerville? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmonk's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since you know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true then? It really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was eager to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? "10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That there was anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Well, Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until, eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father against Inosuke turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need this full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry. I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the 10 years accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Inosuke's plea. And as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. All Clint Van Zieks perished.
I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, that's what Summer's father did.
He made the late Orventi meet the same fate. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will? Osoki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. I had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I was out to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you're behind it all? It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Vixen? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? You can't do something like that. There's no question that there was a Sogi who murdered Lord Antiques. Our staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, no doubt it was that Japanese fellow. We haven't got to shred conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. We'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Why me? So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, the Genshin's dream was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your home then, Asogi. Huh? So here you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial, by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. I'm talking revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Yasuke? Awesome. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Brock Benziques? In the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice should return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? Oh, brazen. I knew that you played the part to perfection. But yours really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No. You were London's guardian angel. An angel of bloody hands? I think not. Those that cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper came. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the prosecutor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? Successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes. Still, I also died 3% of rotten to the core anyway. Only you're keeping London safe. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, the trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Lynn wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it is unthinkable to think that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. The Ecclesiastics nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The Woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Objection? Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all this was asked to accuse one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother. Although Stronger didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Lily pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? Can I save? Is this gonna come back? I think it's Lord Strongheart, because I think there's still evidence left that we haven't addressed yet. there's definitely evidence, we know where that is. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Inosuke, let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I asked you? Is it the autopsy or... wait. The autopsy said he died from a Western-styled sword. This better be it.
Take that!
Ah, shit. Load. Wait. Let's see. The ring. So it only has 2 pages.
Take that!
This here's the will left by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will. But a moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought you had to identify something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I'm in the black room like the squalls to this day. And quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at a time. What? One of the first 2 pages for the actual will, though. If I'm on correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we require only his will. He wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words written to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided the 3rd page would need to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. Do my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with you here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Isogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably bolted words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You read the third page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir, isn't it written in Japanese? Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Rim language. Listen. Who's this? If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikokoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I have translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma. The truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, lift thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foe. That's the end of the message, it would seem. The haiku poem, twist thy head. Mother. What is Karuma? The name of the Isogi clan's famous sword. A razor sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I have been accommodating as possible with the will of the court. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged blow that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. You've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime to capital C.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart,
What exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba. Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. This dude totally killed the last Chief Justice. Gone it. In which case. I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. No, we got receipts. You can't get rid of discourse that easily. Sure, hold on. Yeah. The butt of the hill. Oh my god. I pen this my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. I think we took good care of the sword. Even if not the blade part. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Well, don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that escape everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Brianowski? What do you have? What are you got in your mouth, Brianowski? I dare say, we find a decisive piece of evidence to reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence the defense claims to be so decisive? Take that! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. Last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it escaped your notice, the document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document. It's the key that will unlock the entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karma? That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document can literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I'll demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? What was it in immediate effect? Clear the courtroom. Hey, can I read it before?
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Also be ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Okay, because he really did pen a wall that day. Exactly as some Japanese man said. Read it out. No. You have a right to hear what's in that will. Right, and a duty. Oh, well, my lord. You have about it appear, as though proceedings aren't going and go as quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I claim Fenties, or the manner of the Van Zeek's estate. Hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption of rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the North of the depravity. A demon who had literally sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. The demon was my quarry, upon which I willingly set my great hound. Although I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion.
He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I have lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There's no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Pimp-Mazix was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner was Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. But the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was her brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? You eliminated the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Okin Pentix, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the armor of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. But the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the men. The Reaper, the Professor, the names makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Engine Asogi. That was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send it back to Japan, just as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No. It wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? He had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Eiichiro. Oh. As you know, Asogi escaped from the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... He will find out the convict was really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. What do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Goku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. The truth got off because of this. Both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadow. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Yoshigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Higoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you cursed him too? Isn't what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Higoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Fences from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take that blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire. Of course can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. His Lord Van Zieks here worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Inspector Gregson, fought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld, largely filled by you. You little. When will you get it through your thick skulls? That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Huh? Oh, well, dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? The slightly creative expressions that really pronounce Queen's English. Really, your friends on their foreheads are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld. And, how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to point it out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing, no? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've really been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've continuously preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know. But to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. It is a catalogue of horrifying revelations. Were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Learned that the infamous murder of your royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial, and they took negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And final. That was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office will be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital will completely break down. You'll be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we have accomplished since then. Public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if you want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lord, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. I think Lord Strongheart has done quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, in order to maintain law and order in the capital, you can't deny that the death of the Reaper over this has done wonders for the crime rate. And the pyramids are found as all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I
I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Yunosuke.
When in doubt, you gotta object, I guess.
Objection! As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. The defense has don't technically been in this instance, fuck. Can I replay? I don't want to do that whole thing again. This scene. Okay, I got all my little penalties back.
Mr. Naruto, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but Mr. Sholmes, help.
Take that!
As Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had a raid deduce exactly how the truth will unfurl. I think it must be time for the greatest detective to take center chase, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave. Oh. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes. Looking quite in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto. Because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruto, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes.
I mean, this new outfit takes attention away from the scene, but it's been done. I was expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Glad to be here again. Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Caleb sees him. Put that man in irons. This is a close quarter. You won once already, man. What the? You can get hold of him, my lord. Just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see. The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Oh, well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. Some of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. What? Sounds are transmitted. But could not images keep them company, I'm used. As and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well just win the entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Anyone trust me, Potter, we have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out or I swear to you. Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well no. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order. Order in court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. Well, not description. A close court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. I did her like Sholmes' remote cinematographer. Whatever. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. This is I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'd be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. No. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged with over the past 10 years? No, I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Yes, there you are. With that, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message. Well, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously awarded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourn! Adjourn! What is adjourned? Oh boy. Old Clint Van Eyck left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Vasilki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated a jailbreak plot, I assume. What do you mean? The need to attain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Vasilki's escape, he'd emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that was concealed in the Sword Hill. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Eyck.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Farad, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding,
for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Sugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. In my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Fancies. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, you could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remain. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. But if the British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finding to no change, this might just be the man to do it. Well, but at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese, out of the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, what them sakes?
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Osogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. Although an ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. the brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Japanese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Doing the best for last, Mr. Naruto? What a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongcloud, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, taunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks That is all. Court is adjourned.
Mr. Naruto. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that Naruto. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case. I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Mr. Sato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Shouldn't have presumed that he ever smiles.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you have demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What are Yaman's words? I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have decided to say this very moment if he was here.
Is this Sato? Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, he really was here.
Hello, Fanzeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth, but at least I can't withhold forgiveness. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The world that Lord Clint Fantiques wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. With Benzik. What can the second one of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seisha and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin. I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there.
a lady of the gentry. It's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What'd you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. Just say sure. No, not with him. This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor, Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her water to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held a healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It included and well looked after over the years. It was top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. E. For Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean, the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. But... well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss.
In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. Took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Really, all can be said that I did for a child was to give her a name. Huh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba? In other words.
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh.
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea. Mr. Naruto, what's wrong?
This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Oh, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive talking can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, you weren't able to thank me properly before. You're simply marvelous. Your check review was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? As a rest myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice will require such measures.
Luna, Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. And when I see Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
It's our party to celebrate. And Miss Reaper, you simply must come too.
I'm afraid I couldn't.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word. I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Oh. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Well, Fenzies, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, move it, Zeeks. Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly. I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Ziek's family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Are those the actions of a man once viewed as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and cast as one of the dark forces yourself.
Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Yonosuke Naruto. Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. You must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Must. I'm home.
Ugh. What time you got here? You've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a body, isn't it? It's gotta go up with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. When you ain't got fired, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Festival Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. Remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. I assure you, you would defy your expectations. There's on every detail now, Mikotoba. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the Phoenix Runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in this cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I expect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to film it. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep. It was me, Clopper's Clopper, and going back to what I know best. To die was life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna accept a Diverton dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know?
Yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to believe the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Huh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, he measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Huh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. It caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. There's so many people. Curly, Bruno, Mr. Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Really?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Ikotova. Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude from them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it is a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food will go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Curly?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Oh, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. This what was agreed with Genshin after all. Well, Kinfen seeks final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather dastardly steps at the time to forget that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. He stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made a connection to the Vanzi. And to make matters worse, Zato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from that time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Along with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' Down of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Shom and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shom and I discussed the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Shom for safekeeping. They did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Shom had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Welcome student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today.
Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see that trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's why I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. I don't know, Susato, how long have you been standing there? Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry. I did. Yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh. How much did you hear?
Well... on the part about Eris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew it's what you'd decide, Miss Naruhodo-san.
You did? Misato-san?
Yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly in having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
Huh?
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You were quite splendid in court today. But if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Misato-san. Thank you.
You're really leaving then, Bruno?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. It felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
Let's go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Usato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
I forgot what Mr. Sholmes actually sounded like.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. Peculiar twists of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, a game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Yeah, just gonna let these credits roll. I mean, clearly inundated with inquiries. No avail of electrical goods, nor the promised close court secrecy. Anyway, as an absence in London is in order. A soldier in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that water class incurs no charge whatsoever.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. He said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward, toward a brighter future.
The boss left a note for me, you know. And I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. Just cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. Only wish I could have said how grateful I was before you know.
Nina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a divert heart, but a good heart. You reminded me I need to be true to myself.
I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London now, for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the auto detection a la Gregson, as they say.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! Public overstatement overruled. The minister has been detained in Britain anyway.
Who's this campus counsel for the defense? And we're not forgetting to enter the courtroom. Oh really? Professor Saunders is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job.
Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole.
I hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Your daughter is so weird.
Here I am again, in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish in the thin air sometimes.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there's nothing beat the spells would not do.
Everyone calls me gossip. That's a jolly little tidbits that passes by, you know?
Here, così è pepino. I said the spaghetti. This one better than my head.
Everyone sick on me? No, no. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, dearie, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Hope that works out for y'all. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. I know if it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
Miss Santina or Horo-san, it's important that you rest while you can. Once you arrive in Japan, just be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all,
my talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Oh, the Rawaga High, it's brilliant. It's been a while since we started playing this, huh? Yeah, despite any complaints I may have had about certain pacing in these cases, this has been very cool. This has really been a great addition to the series. No pun intended. Well, maybe certain stereotypes aside. And Susato's dad can dance. Seishu, I trusted you. I hate you. Yeah, Strongheart. Pretty good villain. It's so great Kazuma isn't really dead. And yeah, the coming back to life thing was kind of contrived, but it worked out. Thanks to everyone who's come along on this wild ride with me. Hopefully you'll join me and see what I play next. I'll see you next time. This court is adjourned.